Rustic, what's going on? How are you this morning? Man, I ain't far ahead of you. I was planning on being on the water an hour and a half ago, and just couldn't get motivated enough to get out of the bed. So I feel you there. So I'm gonna ride just a little bit here and see if we can't find a few fish and then start fishing. So we'll get started here in just a minute. Yeah, I didn't sleep too well last couple of nights. So when I was up this morning, I wasn't really ready to get up yet. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'll look for you when you come back. Appreciate you sharing me. Ramundo, welcome in. How are you today? Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Cody, how are you this morning? Tim, how are you this morning, man? Welcome in. Tim, I seen you put a little video up yesterday, a little short testing some stuff out. It may have been Friday. I lost track of days. Yeah, we're gonna ride just a minute here, looking to see if we can mark some fish. I'm running late this morning, so and I hadn't been out here in a little while, so I'm gonna trying to find us a spot with some fish in it and start fishing. Gonna pull some planer boards this morning. I was trying to beat the lake life folks out here, but they're already here. Seeing a lot of bait fish this morning, so hopefully that's a good sign. All right, guys, I'm gonna get set up here a minute. I'm gonna drift the area I've never drifted before, so we'll see how this works for us. Take me about 2 to 4 minutes here to get everything set up the way I need to get it set up, but we'll set up here in just a minute. One thing. Morning, everyone. I'll catch up here in just a second. Fixing to cut some baits and get started. So give me just a minute here. Just a couple more minutes. We'll be ready. We're gonna drift. There's a river channel runs through up here. We're gonna drift down the side of it. Try to run across it. We got plenty of fish jumping this morning, so maybe that's a good sign. Maybe the fish want to come out and play today. Those of you who was with me last time, you know it was a slow day. So we're going to see if we can improve that a little bit. Almost ready. All right, let's get caught up here. Welcome in, everybody. Good morning. We're getting set up here this morning. Got a lot of folks in here, so I'm going to try to get caught up on the chats here for a minute. Martina, how are you today? Elsa, good morning. We're fishing for catfish this morning. Hopefully we have a good morning. We had a pretty slow morning last time we went about a week ago. Legendary Princess, thank you very much. Elsa, no, we're using shad this morning. We're using cut bait, just basically taking called gizzard shad. It's a type of bait fish that's local here to the waters. We use that for bait. Zyro's Garden, welcome in. Welcome in. Wesley, how are you? Mr. 420, welcome in, man. Good to see you in. Yeah, thank you, Russell. Yeah, that's a trolling motor remote I have around my neck. Drive my trolling motor so it steers the boat. Khalid, welcome in. Welcome in. Terry C, good morning. How are you today? Roger Hawkins, welcome in. How are you this morning? I hope I find a big old water heifer this morning. I'll be honest with you. That will be lovely. Logota, welcome in. Finley Madron, how are you today? Finley, I don't know. I don't know if I can give you tips on starting a channel other than start your channel and just start putting content out there. Man, there's somebody for every type of content. So if you got a certain type of fishing you like, somebody's going to want to watch it. Don't worry about who's going to watch it and when and all that. Just be yourself, have a good time. That's all you can do. Just have a good old time, and the channel will do itself from there. Just try to put out content that you enjoy. It's most likely if you enjoy it, somebody else will enjoy it. Just getting a few of these rods position just a hair. There's our first. Well, he come off. Had our first pull down anyway. That outside rod there, you guys probably can't see it real well because the vertical style screen, but pretty good hit. We'll give it a few minutes and we're going to check it. And get the cover out here so we can get the top flipped up and out of the sun before it gets too hot. It will get very hot here shortly. Easy. Fall out of the boat this morning. Let me get all this tied down. If I fall out of the boat this morning, just laugh. I can get back in. Take me a second. Terry, we were fishing for catfish this morning. At least that's our goal. Just getting set up, so not having any luck just yet. But we've only been here about maybe 10 minutes. That's right, Miss 420. Finally, just catch you some fish and get after it. Have a good time. It'll happen. There's always that one video you have no idea why it done so well, but somebody really liked it. So you never know. Yeah, Rustic, it's pretty out here today. Nice and calm. I've only seen one lake life boat, so it's been calm so far. I'm gonna try to fish at least 4 or 5 hours. So Anthony, welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? Oh, come on now. You gotta laugh if I fall in. I'm gonna laugh. Y'all should laugh with me. Don't laugh at me, just laugh with me. Terry, we are in South Carolina today. Fishing part of the Catawba River chain. I normally fish this chain pretty often, so gotta get y'all down here where you can see a little better. Wesley, thank you, man. Welcome in. Yeah, Mr. 420, that makes a big difference. My wife and I have joked a little bit about getting her on here with a pair of short shorts or something and see if it changes the demographic of number of people that watch. I believe my views will go way up looking at her versus me. So that's kind of funny. Yeah, Anthony, I hope to see some fish too, bud. We had a very, very slow trip last trip. First time in 3 years I didn't catch a fish. Dinosaurs, there are catfish in here of all three species, of flathead, blue channel, and I think there's some bullheads in here, but I don't see them very often. There are bass, perch, crappie, brim, gar. There's a little bit of everything in this little reservoir here. Terry is from Asheville, North Carolina, originally currently living in Kentucky. Terry, we got some work coming up in Kentucky. Got a lot of work coming up in Kentucky. Actually, that's the reason I'm working so much lately. We got huge job going to Madisonville, Kentucky, so I'll be up there a lot coming up. Mainly, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the sub. If you'll drop a comment, I'll sub you back when I get in there. Anthony, we're using cut shad this morning for bait. There's a lot of bait fish in this area, so I'm gonna try to drag some of this bait underneath them, see if they'll bite. I need to check this far outside rod here. Can't see it on the screen, but I had a good pull down on it just a moment ago. Make sure it didn't steal my bait. There's a big rock wall that we're going to go right beside here in a minute. I'm hoping there'll be some fish laying around it too, but we'll have to see. I'm going to go ahead and check this one rod while I got a minute. I suspect they took my bait as hard as they hit, but we'll see. Most definitely. Bait thieves are already out this morning. We had a couple of those last go around. I think my buddy had a bunch of them on Friday, so bait thieves are popular this time of year. We refer to them as short strikes, but same thing. Short strikes basically where they bite right at the end of the bite, very short on the end of the bait, and pull the bait off the hook instead of grabbing the hook itself. Pretty common spring of the year. All you can do is keep feeding them until they want to stay on the line. That one made me a little clicking noise here in a minute. I turned the clicker on it so it'll help me feed it a little slower. Oh, I gotta find my rags. Sebastian, welcome in. How are you today? All right. Ozzy, welcome in. Welcome in. How are you today? Yeah, Jerry, they get smart on this bait, that's for sure. Jed, I'm not sure what you're asking there, but are you wanting to join my stream? The fishing kid, we are fishing for catfish this morning, sir. Trying to get caught up with everybody here, so be just a second. Got a lot of fine folks in here. If y'all don't mind, double tap the screen, give that thumbs up, show a little love, and if you haven't subscribed already, you're welcome to. It's free. I don't charge. Anthony said, I heard the secret is chicken liver with Kool-Aid. Anthony, I have tried chicken with Kool-Aid, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I caught a bunch of fish. They were just smaller fish. I'm not saying you can't catch big fish with it. I just haven't personally. Bob and Doreen Fishing, welcome. Good morning. How are you today? I say, guys, almost where we're at here. There's a huge rock wall that runs under the water. I think it was an old wing dike on a creek at one time, but we're gonna drag through it and see what happens. Yeah, I know a lot of people use chicken livers and chicken hearts and all that stuff fishing, bank fishing around here, but typically on the competitive side, we don't use much more than fresh natural bait. There's actually a law that says you're not supposed to use anything that's not native to the water, but it's not heavily enforced. I think the primary goal of that law is to not bring invasive species of fish in and use them as live bait to put parasites and such in the water, but you never know. Yeah, Terry, there's carp fish, man. That bait, stink bait's always tough. Anthony. Caden, welcome in, buddy. Where you been? Caden, been doing any fishing lately, bud? Caden, we're using the old shad this morning, man. I really need to get some time out of work. I've been working 6 days here lately, but if I can get a few hours out and go catch some brim, perch, would definitely be a second bait of choice to help. I think this time of year they like that type of bait a little more than shad, but sometimes you got to use what you got. Once again, welcome in everybody. Got 42 people hanging out, 33 thumbs up this morning. That is awesome. That's on a heck of a track to beat my normal list of thumbs up. I think my record is like 104 maybe. So it won't take long to get there. You guys are awesome. You can double tap the screen. Also, if you haven't subscribed and would like to and enjoy the content here, you're definitely welcome to subscribe. Also, for those of you that are members in here, to make it a little easier for people to find you, if you type !member Nightbot will share your link to your page so everybody can find it a little easier. John Chappell, welcome in. How are you today? Smallwater, welcome in. Smallwater, how's Florida this week? I hope some of this hot weather's come back to see you. There's Miss Jody. Hey, Miss Jody, how are you today? Jody's been doing some late night fishing. Old folks can't stay up that late. I go to bed 9, 10 o'clock and wake up and I get a notification that Jody was live all night and I missed every bit of it. Don Harriman, welcome in from Tennessee. Scooter, how are you today, man? Good to see you in. Hope everybody's doing well. Got a lot of great folks hanging out this morning. You guys new to the fishing channel, there's a lot of good channels in here. So if you see them in here, definitely check them out. A lot of these guys put up some great content. Dude, that's awesome. You enjoying the new pontoon now? Bruno, how are you? We're trying to find a few fish here, but they're running real slow this morning. I've marked a few, but they're just not biting yet. We had one pull down, but it's still very early. We've only been on the water about 35, 40 minutes. So plenty of time left. As long as it don't get too hot. If it gets hot, then I have to call it a day. Plus, I got to go home later on and cook some ribs on the smoker with the wife. So that's the plan anyway. Jody, if you wasn't so far away, I'd help you. You get a little ride for me. That's what I do about 95% of the time is tinker with boats and fix them and all that. Yeah, Terry, I see Money Bass on a good bit. I get on there and talk to him from time to time. Like I say, I've been slammed with work. We got a high priority project that's coming up. Spending a lot of time on it. Our company's grown substantially here with the company I work with, and trying to keep our head above water. We've been very fortunate to be very, very busy. So got to pay the bills before we play, but got to play every once in a while too. Scooter, I do them a little different. It takes about 3.5 or 4 hours to do mine. A lot of people will do like the 3-2-1 method or something like that. I do mine low and slow with a steam pan and dry rub, and I rub them down real good and then steam them while I smoke them up. And they turn out delicious. So I want to try some different ways. I bought a new smoker, so I want to try different ways. Aiden, these are 30-pound tests on the reels, and then the leaders are 60 pounds. That's good, Jody. James seems to be a pretty cool guy. I've watched you and him fish a good bit. Kenny Ramirez, yes, this is a Sunday fun day. I hope this is a fish catching day. The general report of the area has been it's been pretty tough. I know my buddy Jamie went Friday. I think he ended up with 4 or 5. I think he caught 5, but the 5th one got off right at the boat. So we'll call it 4.5 the way he described it. But he said it was terribly slow compared to normal. And the Saturday before I fished, and that's the first time I did not catch a fish in 3 years. So got to take my slice of humble pie and go home and eat and come back out here and see what's happening. But hopefully we'll see what happens. I think you say that as Gaffar Khan. Welcome in. Aiden, how are you today? We are throwing shad for catfish. We're doing a troll right now, pulling baits, trying to see if we can get a catfish to bite. Don't have super high hopes on that, but we'll see. Scooter, that is almost exactly how I do mine. I rub mine down with yellow mustard, but I actually buy a season. The only place I can find it is on Amazon anymore. At one time, Walmart carried it. They quit carrying it. And then there was a little hole in the wall store down here, but it's just called rib rub. It comes in a little bag, looks like maybe a quart bag or so. And it's got brown sugar, but it's got some other seasons in it, and it's delicious. But essentially the same thing. I don't spray them with apple juice. The steam pan under mine usually keeps them pretty moist. So I haven't resorted to the spray. Now this new smoker doesn't put out near as much smoke, and I'm wondering if it's not going to put out as much steam either. So we'll have to see. But in my water, let the drippings and stuff drip in the water pan, and they basically steam themselves with the juices, so they turn out really tender. Xavier, welcome on, welcome in. There's a UFO around here, buddy. I'll ride it. I don't mind hanging out with anybody. There might be some big fish where they're from. I need to go see. Apple vinegar. Yeah. I wonder if that was a typo on the vanilla. But hey, everybody's got their own thing. Nobody really. What's up, man? How are you? I think we may have a fish. I don't know, but there's a lot of fish rolling behind us. I think this one was too small to get the bait in its mouth. That is the case. Bit the back of the fish off though. We'll let him try one more time. That makes 2 hits, no fish. Yeah. Fish this time of year doing some short striking, so maybe we can get one to hang on. Nobody, we don't have anything yet, but we've only been here we've been on the water about 45 minutes. We've probably been fishing maybe 30 if we're lucky. We've had 2 hits, and one of them took the bait, and that one just actually bit the bait in half. But that was a very, very large piece, so that tells me that was a small fish. We're gonna drag it a little further here and see what happens. And nobody try not to work too hard today, man. It's Sunday. Get a little relaxing in. Hey Ryan, how are you today? No, I don't do charter fishing. I'm actually a tournament angler. Just out here messing around, having a good time. Don't I take people fishing with me when they want to go, but I don't do it for a profession. Hey Brittany, how are you today? This little 115, it's actually a jet foot. So it's actually an 80 horse on the foot, just because it loses some of the momentum without having propellers, just water propelled. But it'll push this boat here about 33, 34 mile an hour. So it scoots on down the river pretty good. My buddy's got the same motor on a 20-foot boat, and his will hit low 40s with a propeller. So I figured with a propeller on this one, I would probably get mid to upper 40s, but this is not a boat I want to go that fast in. So Scooter, come on, man. We'll go fishing anytime. Maybe if I put the ribs on by the time you get here, we'll eat, fish, and everything. I think you got a pretty good little ride. All right, yeah. Where was you flounder fishing at? I think I got one hung here, guys. So I'm gonna watch it for a second. All right, come loose. Where about you flounder fishing out there, Ryan? Yeah, 30 to 40 mile an hour in a boat, especially a flat bottom boat like this one, that's way fast. Yeah, Brittany, it's called a jet drive. Basically, it's just a big water pump that pumps the water through. It runs everything conventionally, but instead of having a propeller, it's got a water pump on it and just a nozzle, and it sprays that water out pretty hard, and it'll push the boat. It's actually made for running in shallow water. Scooter, I'm in South Carolina down here, buddy. I'm gonna get a little hike from you. I think we're probably 10, 12 hours apart. Okay, you catching flounder down in Chesapeake. That's very cool. Were you Ryan, were you gigging? I'm assuming that's the only thing I've ever seen anybody do with flounder was gigging. Caden, no problem, man. Hang out anytime you want to. Scooter, I don't know how shallow water I can get in. I know my last live that I done last week, that little anchor, I don't know if you can see it in that box. It's about 14 inches tall or so. When I dropped it in the water, the top of the anchor was sticking out of the water. So I know I was in less than 14 inches of water. They say 4 to 6 inches is your limit, but I haven't pushed it. I try not to tear stuff up, but it goes in very, very shallow water. That's right, Scooter. Yeah, not far from Lenore. I'm way down here. So I'm actually, we were going to Western Tennessee to duck hunt this year, but I think I'm going to New York. That's the current consensus with the group is we're going to Western New York to duck hunt this year. So we'll see. Adam Wise, welcome in. How are you today? Good morning, Miss Scooter. How are you? Hope everyone's doing well this morning. How's the fishing been up there with you, Scooter? I know I've seen a couple of lives. Like I said, I've been very, very busy with work. I maybe get 30 minutes a day to catch people on lives, and I try to scroll through and show some love when I have time. But we've been slam working 60 or so hours a week, sometimes a little more. Yeah, Tim, Western New York is no man's land, which suits me. Like I said, we're going out there to duck hunt. That's the plan as the moment. Duck and snow geese hunt. So never know. In January, you may see me live out there in a totally different setup. I think there's 4 or 5 of us going up there. Scooter, it's been the same way around here, man. It's been all over the place. I believe our spawn's running longer than normal too for some reason. Usually around the July 4th, the spawn's pretty well done. You start hearing people catching some really nice big fish around the 4th of July weekend, and I ain't seen anybody catching big fish yet. They're still catching little small fish. Scooter, that's cool. Yeah, I talked to Jody on one of her lives about how to do the. Actually, I think she was on my live here about how to do some of the online tournaments. I haven't ever done one. I probably need to jump in one if it fits my schedule at some point. I know Kevin with Palmetto Cats, he done one not long ago. Kevin's got the technology and the knowledge to do that through StreamYard switching and keeping the weights and all that stuff live and how to do it. I just hadn't done it yet. Scooter, that's my time of fishing, man. I like to fish like 5 a.m. to noon, and I'm done. Especially this time of year when it's terribly hot. It's that miserable hot. You got to go early and get it done. This is an amazing amount of bait and stuff through here, and not really getting any bites. But that's part of fishing. Kingdom, thank you for dropping in, man. Stop by anytime. I hope we get some good ones as well. If I get some and don't get too excited, I'll make some highlights out of it, and drop those in so folks can come back and check them. Um, I really got to figure out how any fins as possible does it. He goes back in timestamps. He is somehow. Brad, how are you today? Adam, I don't mind night fishing to some extent. I'm a early bird. I'm up 4 or 5 every morning. I usually have to be at work at 7. By the time I get up and drive in and get breakfast and all that, I'm up at least by 5 every day. I was up this morning at 4. I just didn't sleep real well, so I elected to be lazy for another hour or so before I come fishing. Um, but usually 9, 10 o'clock at night. Surprisingly, I laugh all the time with the guys at work, but most of us that come in early in the mornings, we're usually asleep before the sun goes down good here in the summer. Our sunset's about 9:30, and there's days where I'm in the bed before the sun goes down. But Caden, you got 4 new rods yesterday. What'd you get, Caden? Good. I've never used a remix feature. Not sure how that works. Let's say I'm very new at this. I've been doing this about 4 months. I started in March or whatever that is. 3.5, 4 months, something like that. Out here making friends, running lives. I don't get a chance to make a lot of footage of content. Um, I had some videos from the past where I fished prior to content creating, but um, about run out of everything I can make shorts and all that stuff with. So usually now, if I'm doing anything, I'm having to do it out of the live footage. So I have to look. I see the remix option on there. Good morning, Miss Karen. How are you today? Carolina Catfish, how are you this morning, bud? I got your email and responded back. I don't know if you've seen it yet. Karen, how's Cornelius doing? Is he a lot better? Oh, okay, Scooter. I'll have to try that. Yeah, I downloaded a couple of programs to go in and edit it, and one of the ones I use is CapCut. CapCut will go in there and do an AI, and you can pinpoint locations, but it's just a job to get all that stuff done, especially like say not having much time. Rod 1 is a Marvelous Plume PFS series. Rod 2 is a Rollfish Carbon Rod. Rod 3 is a Dark Matter SPS Inshore Rod. And number 4 is a Lew's TP2. Awesome, man. Got a variety there. See what you like. And you do mostly bass fishing, right? If I remember right. Scooter, I ended up making all my videos public. Trying to get some watch hours in there. But Karen, that is awesome. I'm glad he's doing better. No problem for asking. And me and the family are doing well as too. Wife's actually texting me now. Her and the kiddos are up stirring around, so I'm sure they'll have her stretched out here shortly. Especially the youngest one. The oldest one said he wasn't feeling well yet. We got a fish, guys. Maybe. Oh, he pulled it and let go. We had a fish. Maybe 3 bites that we missed. All right, I'm gonna check it because I got a good feeling that there's no bait left on that one as hard as it pulled. Nope, didn't steal my bait this time. Not all of it, anyway. I don't think they actually hit the bait. I think it must have hit the line or the cork or something. Got that one though. I don't know where he's going to. All right, we got a fish finally, guys. Fish on. Seems to be a pretty decent weight. Slow us down a little bit here. Decent little guy. But we didn't get skunked. That's 90% of the fun. Right, I'm going to go ahead and get this one back out. We'll get this guy's picture. He's going to be a celebrity today. That's 2 fish back to back and missed one of them. So fish on, fish on. Come on up here and play with us. Talk to them. Tell everybody, hey. There we go, guys. Skunks out of the boat this morning. Yeah. Nice little about 8-pound blue. I'm gonna let him go and get everything set back up. There you go. Go tell your friends we got some food for them. Speed us back up. I'm about to stop this here. Slow us down a little bit. It makes it easier to net them when we're moving pretty fast. Got some morning recreational kayakers here beside us. Let's see, hit or miss here. Scooter says Tuesday YouTube will be announcements using too much AI and third-party content will no longer count towards monetization. That makes sense. That makes sense, Scooter. There's a lot of AI content out there, that's for sure. Especially the Yeti and Bigfoot. I see them all the time, and it's interesting content, but I don't like to see it every 5 minutes. Fishing King, hello, how are you? Goodbye. Adam Walker, welcome in. How are you? I think we're hung on the green rod. We'll see. Isaac, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Karen, on the orange pole. I believe the green one's hung, so we're going to see if we can get it loose without making too big of a mess. Pop that loose. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. I probably waited too late, but I don't need to retouch. I need to highlight. Yeah, we'll see if that caught it. I forgot to hit the highlight button on the stream there. But if I missed it, I missed it. I'll go back. At least I know about where it's at. Yeah, Scooter, let me find my box here. I got some rigs I got to send Mr. Tim too, but pretty simple setup. Catfishing. The Scooter, mine's a 60-pound Andy leader line is what I use normally. Use it all entangled. What I run let's see if we can see that a little better. It's actually a 3-way swivel. Got just a swivel there on it. And I put a duo snap on it. You can buy those off of Amazon pretty cheap. I crimp mine. Some people don't like that. I hadn't had any luck with it. I've caught some fish in the 40s with it pretty easy. But I run about a Well, that's about 30 inches a leader. I run 24 to 36. Sometimes I get a little shorter. I run a peg float. What I tell people is, you hold your peg float and you hook around like that. You want it one loop away. Just essentially holds it up off the bottom. And I snare a 10/0 offset circle hook. You can see that offset there. But snare a 10/0 offset circle hook on the end of it. And I keep about 10 or 15 in the boat. I try not to tie too many up too early, because the little bags they get out here in the sun, they'll melt. Watching this green rod, it's got something going on with it. I don't know if it's a little fish or hung, but nothing crazy on the rigs. They call it Santee rig. A lot of catfishermen run that, or a Carolina rig. I'm gonna reel this rod in. I do believe there's something on it. I believe it's hung up with this other rod. Which is crazy to have two rods tied together, but we'll see. But that is exactly what it is. Somehow they got tied together. Now the likelihood of getting both of them back is going to be slim. But we're going to see what we can do. Must be a lot of structure under the water here. I hadn't seen it yet, but getting a lot of snag ups here. See if I can get this one around whatever it's tangled on without actually tangling it all the way up and can't get it back. Whatever it was, it come loose. All right, let's get all this back out here. Can't catch fish if the hooks is in the boat. We've gotten in some pretty shallow water compared to what we were in earlier. We're sitting in about 12 foot here, where before we were in 28 to 30. So on a little knoll here, get a couple snags. Let's see how this pulls out. We might do a little bit of adjusting. Oh, let's see. Darth Squid, welcome in. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, Tim, I actually tied about 3 of yours up last night. Just hadn't got them all tied up. As soon as I get them, then we're gonna get those in the mail for you. Scooter, I like the 3-way swivel on there. It especially with that duo snap, it gives you a place to snap your weight, and it's a quick way to change it. I used to run sinker slides, and didn't have a whole lot of luck with it. I usually ended up, they'd slide up and throw the bait in, end up tangled up. So I went to these. I got a lot of sinker slides still left, but hadn't had a whole lot of luck with them. Miss Jody, that is just a Milwaukee pack out storage box. If you and Husky makes them, and Harbor Freight sells a lot of the tool stores sell them, but it's just basically a toolbox, and they make them where they're stackable, so you can put 3, 4, 5 of them on top of each other. I actually run Milwaukee for catfish, and then I run Husky for my striper, just so I can look at the box quickly and know what's in it without having to dig through it. Jody, that's a wonderful question. I actually throw them in the live well right here on this boat. My other tournament boat, I've got a storage box in front of the consoles. I just throw them in there in a Pepsi crate flat. You know, kind of like this. This is a milk crate, but a Pepsi crate will be longer and a little shorter. That's what I use for my my planer boards. But in this boat doesn't have a whole lot of storage in it, so I don't use the live well much. So I just throw everything in there. I've got a drift sock in there. I throw my cutting board in there when I'm not using it. Just basically a storage, and it's a wet storage. It fills up with water a little bit while we're fishing, so I put stuff in there the water's not going to hurt. William, you're probably right, buddy. Catfish are a little spooky when you start beating and banging around, but I'm a big clumsy fella, so I stumble and trip and beat and bang and thump and all that. But we're trolling, so we're moving past them as fast as we spook them. We'll be on. Whisker Biscuit, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing good this morning. You guys check out Whisker Biscuit's channel. He's a local here to me. He fishes the same reservoir that I do occasionally, and much better fisherman on it than I am. Quentin, we have snagged one this morning, and I'll take it. That is one more than I did the previous trip. So I'll take every snag that I can get this morning. There's fish here. We've had 2 or 3 runs, and nothing wants to stay on, so we're making it. Carolina catfish, we are dragging an 10-11 foot right now. About 300 yards back where we actually got a couple hits, we were in about 22 foot. And I'm gonna snag across to our left here in just a minute as soon as the sun gets up a hair more. And I think I got this far rod here hung. And come loose. I didn't realize you guys weren't centered real well. But I'm gonna try to drag across some deep channel here in just a minute. See what happens. I'm not a big fan of drifting, but you do cover some ground. Jody, I ain't never thought about it that way. That's the old sand trick. You put rocks in there, and everybody says the jar is full. Then you put some smaller rocks in there, and they got plenty of places to go. So planer boards just take up a lot of space. Quentin, you're exactly right. A bad day fishing is still better than a good day working. Although I enjoy my job. I don't know if I enjoy it more than fishing, but I enjoy it. Jody, I want to build another little platform here on this boat. It's fairly short. It's only about 3 feet long there. I want to shorten it up a little bit. And if I do shorten it up, then or make it a little bit longer, I'm gonna put some more storage in front of the live well there, and then take that live well out, make a larger live well. The problem is this boat with a jet foot just doesn't have enough power to get up on plane once you fill the live well up with tournament fish. So I usually end up having to put like a big live well in the middle, so I use all that for storage. But I'm thinking fairly hard about it. I've got 4 different older boats, and I thought about consolidating down to 1 or 2. I love this boat probably more than any boat I got. My tournament boat's my second favorite boat. I use it a lot for tournaments, of course. And I've got a tri-tune that I hardly ever fish out of. Actually, it hasn't even been on the water in 2 years. And I've got a super nice deep V boat that I've just listed for sale. I bought it to make a tournament boat out of it. It is a huge boat. I bought it for Santee to fish down there where Kevin and them fish out on the lower lake where it gets really rough. And I just don't go down there enough to justify keeping it. So I got to put a lower unit on it because it had a bad lower unit when I bought it. I've never even put it on the water, but I have crunk it up and let it run and change the fluids and things in it. But as soon as I get it serviced, it's probably going on the market. It's a very high-end boat for this area. But probably won't give it away. It'll have to be a reasonable price for me to consider selling it. Thank you, Karen. Yeah, if you guys will double tap that screen, give us some thumbs up. That helps us get in the algorithm. Likes and thumbs up there. Also, subscribers helps you get in the algorithm. So I appreciate each and every one of you hanging out with me. Jody, yeah, there's a company called Fat Fish Design here out of North Carolina that makes those. They work great. A buddy of mine, I don't even have his weights on the boat. He brought me some, and I put them in my work truck, and I ain't had time to get them out. But he makes a new style drifting weight I really, really like. But he's got them on his Sea Arc, and he carries that boat all over, and he's never lost a planer board. They do really, really good. So if you're considering them but concerned about blowing out, as long as you buy the boards for the holders, they make the planer board holders to fit the exact style board you got. So as long as you tell them what boards you got, they'll fit perfect. But Shane has not had any issue with his blowing out. So Tim, I think the sputtering problem is fixed. It hadn't done it the last 2 trips, but I still need to get that other throttle position sensor ordered. I've ordered 2 now, and both of them came in wrong. So I don't know if I've got some hybrid of parts or what's going on with this motor, but the ones I ordered based on the serial number don't fit. That might be a fish. What y'all think? Do a little dance there. Got a little pull to him. Still gonna be a smaller fish, but if he makes it to the boat, that'll be fish number 2. There's a ton of bait in here, guys. There's bait popping on top of water everywhere. About the same as the last one here. Barely hooked. He ain't going nowhere now. All right, come on up here. Let's do my grippers. There we go. Fish number 2. It's about the same size guy. Nothing to brag about, but a little smaller. But like I said, barely hooked. Spit back up here. There's another one. Got a little sore lip, but not terrible. Throw him back. Go hang out. Oh yeah, Scooter, I'll take it any day. I'll take a fish any day. I don't. I like big fish, but I don't have anything against the little guys that want to come get a picture too. So they want to hang out. They can hang out. We'll take their picture. Getting a couple fish. Getting a couple snags too. Got one hung up at the moment. Maybe it'll pull free. There it goes. Whisker, you're right about that. I tell people all the time, man. You know, first catfish I ever caught was like 6 pounds. Coming from the bass fishing world, I was like, man, that's a dang good fish. So, depending on where you fish and what you fish for, what's a trophy to some is, or a small fish to some is a trophy to other. So, you never know. Hey, Rory, yeah, we don't do political in here, bud. And I promise you, I ain't the one that's got the ability to release stuff. So, welcome everybody. Got 22 people hanging out. 61 thumbs up. I appreciate each and every one of you. Wind's wanting to blow a little bit, so we zigzagging around. No, Karen, yeah, everybody's been pretty good so far. So Tim hadn't had to send anybody packing yet, but I'm sure it won't be long if they keep acting crazy. I ain't seen but 1 or 2 people that was marginal, but we'll let it slide. Oh, yeah. Wind zigzagging us around a little bit. Wanting to act a little crazy. Yeah, Tim, it depends on the seriousness of the offense. We don't do politics and derogatory terms, but as long as they can behave, we're good. Welcome in, everyone. We've been fishing about an hour, a little over an hour. Got two fish, blue catfish. They come up and got their picture took, and sent them back home to hang out with their family for the Sunday holiday here. But we're dragging around here in South Carolina trying to catch us a couple nice catfish. See what happens. Sun's getting pretty bright. Then got a little tan here on my toes. What's that, Jamie? Hey, Billy, this is actually Fishing Creek Reservoir in South Carolina. Julius, welcome in. How are you today? If you guys see Fishing and Hunting, check him out. He's one of my good buddies. I fish with a good bit when our schedules line up. He's I think he's either 10 or maybe 11. He's going live to catch some fish. He's got a little pond that he fishes on Sundays occasionally. Peter, good morning. How are you? Good. Welcome in, man. Hang out with us a little bit. We're going to try to catch a few more fish. We've got two so far. Got two and missed three, so we're doing all right this morning compared to normal. Okay, Jamie's going live around 9:30 to catch some crappie and brim if they bite. I think Ashton's going with him to bass fish, but he'll be on a different pond. Jamie's got some stuff going on this evening. He's got a short day today, so he's gonna go fish at the pond for about an hour and a half, like he does on some Sundays, and he's got some true loving to do after that. Got to keep the bride happy. If you guys tune in through the weekdays, check Jamie out in the morning. He'll be at Santee. I don't know if the spawn's over down there or not, but I'm sure he's gonna give them a hard time if it is. It's been fairly slow this June and July. Peter, thank you, man. Yeah, nice out here today. Got a little breeze. Maybe that'll keep some of the bugs and the heat down. This is my little shallow water pleasure jet drive boat. I really enjoy this boat more than my bigger boats. But I think I was saying earlier when we caught that first fish, I got a little excited, forgot about it. But been debating on selling off a few boats and just narrowing it down to one. And I may sell all my boats out and just buy one boat, which is essentially this boat, 4 foot longer, and got a windshield on it. Basically a good all around boat that does 99% of what I need to do. But hadn't uh, hadn't committed to spending the money yet. I got to figure out if I want to sell these first. So we'll see. Michael Roberts, hello, welcome in. Karen, that's awesome. You got a notification this morning. Glad YouTube's finally working and doing something right in the background. Tricky Ricky, welcome in, brother. How are you today? Try to get us turned a little bit more to the left here. There we go. Good, Tricky Ricky. I'm glad notifications are going out, man. There's a stat you can look at in the YouTube studio for creating content, and it tells me how many notifications were sent out and how many people actually watched them. And out of like 500 subscribers, I think it sends out 18, 20 notifications. So I'm assuming that's the people that want to get the notifications, but that's way off. So, but I have the same issue with the channels I watch. I put out there that I want to see the content and let me know when it's live and all that. I hardly ever get a notification. Jet, welcome back in. Yeah, Karen wasn't getting any notifications for a little while. Now she's starting to get them. Even a couple of personalized notifications early. Yeah, it's a nice, pretty day out here. Calm, quiet, a little windy. Not a whole lot of the late life boats running around yet. Not hot yet. Oh, green rod got a little bump. See if it stays on or takes it. That might be a fish. Maybe. You guys can see that green rod right there. Had a little dance music playing with it. Good thing about drifting like this, guys, we don't have to reel up off an anchor and just take off and go run and try to find more fish. We're covering some ground. I just got to figure out if I want to turn up river, back down river, go back across where we come from. You know, just a lot of variables when you're drifting. Which way to go? Not seeing nearly the fish we were seeing earlier either, which kind of makes me wonder, do we need to spin around? We got 23 folks hanging out with us. Thank you everybody for coming in, hanging out, watching. We got two blue catfish in the boat this morning. Nothing amazing and big, but nice fish. They come in, got in the photo booth here, took a picture with us. So definitely what we were looking for, somebody to come hang out with us. That's 70 thumbs up. I believe we're going to break that milestone of thumbs up. I believe my record's 104, but I don't remember. Somebody might be able to tell me. I don't know if I can see it or not. See how many views I got, but I can't see how many likes I got. Not right at the moment. Yeah, I'm at Fishing Creek, Whisker. I was gonna come to Stumpy Pond or Watery, but man, the way they've been running water, Stumpy Pond's been a mess with the water up and down. So been kind of just laying low on it for a week or two. All the rains and stuff. I've realized quickly if they're running water into Stumpy Pond and they're not flowing it back out at the same time, it's hard to catch a fish down there. As I'm gonna do a bait change real quick. Probably take me about 3 or 4 minutes. We're gonna get some of them swapped out here real quick. Plus, we made a turn. I'm sure I got 1 or 2 of them tangled up. So get everything checked up here and back to fishing. In about 2 or 3 minutes here, we're gonna get her get her setup squared back up. We're actually going into the wind now, so hopefully it'll be a little smoother. Well, didn't want that bait anyway. Fell off the hook. All right, back in business for a minute here. Uh-oh, somebody misbehaving. And gave out some eviction notices this morning. Appreciate it, Tim, for looking out. That's all right, Tim. Yeah. Some folks don't realize that fishing's slow. It's not always entertaining. As long as you're having a good time and hanging out, that's all that matters. I think I'm hung up on this one rod. Let's see. Oh, here it come loose. Yeah, I eat breakfast this morning. That's part of the reason I was running a little bit behind this morning. I got me a bologna, egg, and cheese this morning on the way in, and I've got a couple of snacks here if the hunger urge strikes. Yeah, Tim, I like a bologna, egg, and cheese. Delicious, for sure. I'm a I'm a food liker. I like any foods hardly. So Karen, I do the same thing. I'll say I want something for breakfast, and I go in and oh, that sounds good too. And before I know it, I got like a 5 course meal for breakfast. There's a little restaurant down the road from me here that serves ham and cheese omelet, but they actually use like Velveeta cheese instead of sliced cheese when they make it. So it's real creamy, almost like a cheese dip in it. That thing is delicious. Probably one of the better ham and cheese I have anywhere. I think my kids are watching this morning. So hello Everett, hello Dawson. How are y'all this morning? It's a little windy this morning. I think it's gonna be quite this windy. It's probably 5-6 mile an hour, but not bad. Oh, we got a little bump on the green rod here. Yeah, the sky's really blue this morning. Got a couple white clouds floating around. thinking we're getting a couple of bumps, but the planer boards are bouncing real hard this morning. We're marking fish, just not biting yet. Justin Gibson, welcome in. We are fishing in South Carolina on Fishing Creek Reservoir this morning. Little reservoir not too far from my house, so nice little place to do a little bit of fishing. Arizona, welcome in. Fishing slow this morning, but it's all right. We got a couple blues in the boat, but nothing crazy. Fishing's been slow for the last few weeks here in the Carolinas with the spawn going on. I think everybody I've heard all the way up in the Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, up that area is having the same run with the weather and the spawn. So it's usually that time of year, water gets real hot, they start spawning. It's tough to catch fish. And then as soon as the spawn's over, they'll be beat up and starving where they've been sitting on the nest for a while, and they'll be eating everything that flickers. Yeah, Arizona, it's nice out here. We got a little 3 to 5 mile an hour breeze, so keeping the heat down, the bugs down, and we're just putting along here, seeing what's happening. See if we can't entice one of these fish to slip up and bite. Either way, we're gonna drag around a little bit and see what happens. See the scenery here, the breeze, the houses. Till the weather gets rough, or the lake life people get rough, one of the two. But right now we're just shooting for the weather. Only seen one lake life boat, and he was pretty good. He went way around, didn't bother me at all. So yeah, it's a great day for fishing. Then we're getting a hit here on this 4 white rod right there. We'll see if it keeps wanting to dance a little bit. There is a lot of debris in this lake, so might be just dragging over some of it. There we went. You guys can't see this outside rod here, but this one right here, he just pulled that planer board. Can you see the planer board right there? He pulled it all the way back past this rod, and then it come right back. Always something. I'll give it a minute. I'll have to check that one. We've got some bait thieves. See if he took my bait. They've taken the bait 4 times this morning. So see if one more is a charm. Yeah, Karen, well, all these trees up here, every one of those are hardwoods. So in the fall, when they start changing colors, this whole reservoir is just about hardwood all the way around. There's one area that's mostly pine trees, but it'll start changing colors, and then you'll actually see, I don't know if you can really see, right there, there's a log cabin in there. You can barely see it, but you can see all the houses and everything once the seasons change. Oh, I'm gonna reel this one in because I think the fish may still be on it. I don't know which one to grab. They're both going a little crazy here, so I'll spin y'all around a little bit. I think this one has a small fish on it. The other one, I believe, just had a hit. This one has a fish on it. He's so tiny. Nope, ain't no fish on that one. They're trying to take the bait, they just can't. Well, that's 0 for 2. They didn't get the bait this time. All right, we back fishing. Arizona, good morning. How are you? See, you got a couple questions there, Arizona. Let me get caught up here for a second. Bilgrins, welcome in, man. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. And we got a rod hung up over here. We'll give it a second to pop free. There it goes. Arizona, do those planer boards really work good? Are they better than down rigging setups? Arizona, honestly, I have not had any success down rigging, so we'll start with that. But the water I'm fishing in here, right here, is 11 foot deep, so there's really not much room to down rig. I would say if you're in really deep water, down rigging would probably be fine. The intent of these is they're set up at an angle, so when you pull it, it kind of kicks out just a little bit and it floats itself outside the boat. So it'll get way outside each side of the boat, and what that's doing is just covering more ground. Not necessarily. Now the guys will suspend fish under them too, especially the striper guys. They'll put planer board like 8-10 foot deep. They make littler or smaller planer boards for running striper. Their planer boards are maybe 5 inches long. These are about 10 because they got a lot more weight behind them. But they'll put a planer board underneath it and send it out there. As we got a little bit of a crosswind, so I'm going to slide us a little bit. If you see the lines kind of spinning around, I'll try to get us off the bank a little further. We've just about got into the docks with the crosswind. Arizona, what you targeting for out there with down rods? Yeah, if you're running downriggers though, like a cannonball weight to get you down deeper, if you're trolling you 30, 40, 50 foot deep, that might be the way to go. Because here, you know, we don't. I don't think this lake has more than like 35 foot deep, 40 foot deep of water. But most of the guys here are only using 4 or 6 ounce weights to hold their weights on bottom while they're anchoring in current, drifting. I think the ones I'm running are 2 ounce, maybe 1 3/4, 2 ounce weights, and that's holding its on bottom. You start drifting in deeper water, you need more weight to help hold it down. Yeah, if you're drifting in 50 feet, you need some heavier weights for sure. I don't think any of mine are probably heavy enough to get that deep. I had some 3 ounce weights made at one time to go deeper. If you're pulling like an umbrella rig in 30, 40 foot of water, yeah, the cannonball's gonna be the way to go. Can't tell if I'm hung or yes I am or was. Yeah, that's what a lot of the downriggers they'll run and they're actually the same as that clips they use on planer boards for quick release. Either Scotty clips or there's a couple other brands, but they hold your pinch your line and turn it so you can get your bait down there where you want it at exactly with the downriggers, and then as soon as a strike happens, it pops it loose and you go on to pulling them up, reeling the fish up. Welcome in, everyone. We got 34 folks hanging out with us. Welcome in. If you hadn't already, double tap that screen if you like the content. A little slow this morning, so Understand that. If you haven't already subscribed, you're welcome to subscribe. It's free. I try to go live once a week, depending on family adventures and what all we got going on. But usually I shoot for once a week. Sometimes twice a week. I'll go live occasionally from my shop while I'm piddling, kind of talk to everyone. No, Arizona, you good, man. Ask questions. This is an informational channel. I tell people all the time, I'll help you any way I can, especially for catfish and all that. Except for the day of a competition or a tournament. I got friends, but I don't have friends that close when it comes to competing. But then 15 minutes after the fishing's done, we'll talk about anything you want to know. I'll tell you where I was at, what I caught them on, what kind of cuts. If I figure it out, I'll let you know. But just about 12, 14 hours a tournament day, and maybe the day before, be hard to get me to talk about fishing. Can't help the competition is what to say. Good morning, Ashley B. How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, Arizona. I know different areas fish different, so I'm not sure if my tips work there. But most of my competitive career has been self-taught. There's only a very select few people that's even given me any information, and very thankful for that. Oh, he hit it, but he let it go. Getting a lot of short bites this morning too, or short strikes. But yeah, the different dynamics of different waters is a little different. I think the principle is pretty well the same. It's just finding the bait. I know a lot of guys out west use skipjack, and especially up north. I think Pontoon Jody was in here earlier. She catches skipjack. We don't even have skipjack here, so you might have stayed on that time. Yep, fish on. Fish on, fish on. Not a big guy. He's hooked in the tail. I mean, right in the tail. Come on up here. That's not how you bite your bait there, bud. Wet. I don't know if that'll come out there, buddy. There we go. Get a little kitty cat. Little small guy there. He got hooked right there in the tail. He'll heal up fine, but nice little blue. Those little ones too. They'll offend you in a heartbeat if you don't watch them. So, if you don't watch them, they'll put a fin in you pretty quick. So, got to be careful with them guys. Everett, you see the fish? Guys, my 4-year-old watching with us a little bit, so. I think, guys, I think I figured out part of my dilemma of catching fish here lately, but we'll cover that in about 10 minutes. See if you guys can come up with outside of the spawn why the fish has been slow. I've got a theory, and it's just a comical theory, but it's a theory. That's right, Arizona. A catch is a catch, a fish is a fish. That makes 3 fish. It's kind of like going to school. It didn't matter what kind of grade you made on certain tests, as long as your report card said an A, a B, a C, or whatever it is. That's what you made. You could have made a 0 on a test and made hundreds on everything else, but at the end of the day, if you only had a A, a B, a C on your report card, that's the only thing that ever gets reported to the school board. So It's that law of averages. So I have 3 fish, and nobody knows what size they were except for you guys. Pretty good guess, Karen. We'll hold that one for a couple more minutes here, but I got a theory why fishing's been slow for me. But we'll see if anybody else gives me a good idea here. Anybody else got an idea why the fishing may be slow beyond the spawn here? If Jamie was still on, I think he's already gone live. But if Jamie was still on, he would already have an idea because I've told him I cut up with him all the time. So we'll give it about 2 more minutes here, and we'll cover it. Arizona says I think I would say the barometric pressure. Arizona, I have read and read and read about the barometric pressure, and I don't know if barometric pressure, which one does what. They say pressure rising, pressure falling, pressure stable, low pressure, high pressure. You know, there's all different dynamics, but I can't find one solid report that tells me how it affects the fish. That's a very good idea, but here we're seeing top and bottom of barometric pressure during the summer every day within hours. Broly, welcome in. How are you today? Thank you for joining us. Think it may be your first time in the chat, so welcome in. Arizona, everybody I talk to says the low pressure or falling pressure is what you need to fish. I can tell you that the morning fishing of a full moon plus or minus a few days is very slow, but our full moon was 2 weeks ago, I think. So definitely not a full moon. And since we've waited a couple minutes, so I have a Michael Odom, welcome in. How are you today? Dondre, welcome in. So here's my theory, and it covers everything, but it's more poking at my buddy than anything. The theory is when you put a new rod in the boat, you haven't properly gotten it broken in yet, so you don't catch fish. So these 3 rods, those 2 here and that one on the side there, some of you know, I put them on the boat here about 3 weeks ago. Those are Catch the Fever Hellcat brand rods. 2 of them are the Hellcat Patriots. One of them is the Hellcat Green. I normally fish with a rod brand Mad Cats. Just what I bought when I started out. All of these rods are good, so don't take any of them one way or the other. There's plenty of brands: Tangling with Catfish, Ripping Lips, Toughest Freaking Rods. I'm sure there's others. A new rod I just seen come out called Cat Pro or Catfish Pro or something. It's running in like some of the giant retail stores. There's probably 20 different catfish rod manufacturers out there now. I just happen to start with Mad Cat's rods, and I just don't buy a lot of rods over and over and over. But my theory is I've got 3 brand new rods on the boat at one time, and that's what's causing my delay. Not catching fish. I don't have them broke in. That first rod just got its first fish on it. The other 2 I have not caught a fish on yet. So that's what I'm equating it to. But if Jamie was on here, I'd tell him it's because it's a Big Cat Fever Hellcat rod. I joke with him all the time. He's an avid Catch the Fever fan. He's got Mad Cat rods at home too, but he fishes with Catch the Fever Hellcats usually a lot. They're great rods, but I joke with him all the time. I said, man, the reason I ain't catching no fish is I got them Hellcat rods on the boat. But the fish don't know the difference. So that's my theories. I got 3 brand new Hellcat rods on here, and they got the new Juju on there. So hadn't caught many fish on them, but sounds good. Arizona, I don't know about that barometric pressure. I can tell you this: fish have got to eat, and either they're going to eat it or not. I know the pressure affects them because they know storms are coming in, but I think there's entirely too many other variables to go with that pressure. This particular reservoir I'm on, which I hadn't checked this morning, I probably should have. If the water's rising and they're backing it up, you might as well just say this is a wasted day. You're not going to catch many fish, if any. If they're flowing water here, dropping it just a little bit, the fishing's great here. But as soon as they shut the lower reservoir here and still keep pumping water in from the upper reservoir, it's tough. If the water's rising, tough. And I'm looking at the bank. It looks like the water is pretty stable. It doesn't look like it's been up or down very much. So that's probably partly why it's a little bit slower this morning. But everybody fishes tournaments. I'm not gonna fish that tournament. It's a full moon. I'm not gonna fish that tournament. There's a storm front coming in, whatever it may be. I promise you this: you take 50 to 100 of the best anglers and put them on the same water. They got to fish the same conditions. It don't matter if it's a full moon, pressure's as high as it's ever been, whatever. You still got to fish the same water, same areas, and somebody's going to figure it out. Now, the guys that put in days and days and days and days of fishing every year, they have that time. They figure it out a little faster. But in catfishing, there's a little bit of skill. There's a lot of luck. I tell everybody, I say, well, man, you're really good at catfishing. No, I'm lucky. My skill consists of being able to drive a boat, throw a bait caster without bird nesting it, put bait on the hook without getting hooked, and read a fish finder enough to tell there's a fish there. The luck is whether that fish bites or not. It don't matter how big he is. If he ain't hungry, he don't eat. So, kind of like us, we go to a buffet and we just eat before we left home. We ain't gonna eat. It don't matter how good it looks. We might smell it, but we won't eat it. Catfish the same way. So, and during the full moon, they eat all night. They don't eat in the morning. They'll start eating in the middle of the day because they usually eat about twice a day. You can look at they make fishing charts and they tell you there's a major feeding time and a minor feeding time, and some scientist somewhere has determined when the moon's straight above your head or straight under your feet or whatever reason it is that the fish bite better. But I used to mess with a guy I fish with every once in a while. I tell him, I said, starting 10 o'clock, the fish is going to bite. He said, how you know? And I said, I don't know, I just know. And I'll tell him at 12:30, we ain't catching no more fish. That's going to be the end of the day. And it's all based on those feed times and those feed tables and whatever scientist is out there. But I've caught fish in times you're not supposed to, and I've had times where I try to catch a fish that will not bite. So, oh yeah, man was catching fish way before all this scientific knowledge went along with it. All the modern technology and tackle and all that, yeah, some of it helps, but them fish eat way, way, way before that. I am happy. This is the same reservoir I fished 3 or 4 weeks ago that had a lot of fish floating where the water had undoubtedly turned over with how hot it was. But I haven't seen the first fish floating today, so that's a good sign. Maybe the thermocline and stuff's about gone. Braxton, welcome in. Trying to see the screen here, guys. Just go to Washington. They got amazing fish. Washington is about the furthest state away from me other than Alaska and Hawaii. But Braxton, I'm in South Carolina. I'm about as far as you can get from Washington. D-Boy Stephen, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Got 63 folks in here. Welcome in, everybody. Glad everybody's coming to hang out with us. We're fishing here in South Carolina for some blue catfish. If you guys don't mind, if you'll double tap the screen there, give us a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Trying to grow our channel here. Not really out to do it as a profession. Just do it to put content out, educate everyone, show them a little bit of knowledge of what we got. If you got any questions, shoot me a question. I'll answer about any question I can think of, unless it's related to politics or anything inappropriate. We ignore those and sometimes send you on packing if it gets too inappropriate. But outside of that, we try to answer almost every question. Stephen, we are fishing for catfish this morning. Arkansas blue cats is what we've been catching so far. I could not even begin to tell you their scientific name. Everybody knows them as a blue catfish or an Arkansas blue. There are also some nice flathead catfish in this lake. I know there's channel cats, and I think there's some bullheads in here. Neither of those am I targeting. I'm primarily targeting blues with the potential to get a flathead if they're hanging out. But that's what we're looking for right now. Miner Murillo, welcome in from Costa Rica. Welcome in, man. We are in the United States and South Carolina. So just a little bit over the water from you there. Stephen, the biggest one today is probably 8-9 pounds. Honestly, if they don't get up over 20-25 pounds, I usually don't weigh them. So I'm guessing we had about an 8-pounder first thing this morning, 6-7 pounds, right after that, and then our last one, if he was a pound and a half, it'll be an absolute miracle. But cute little fella. Hey, Stat, welcome in from North Texas. How are you today? We're covering the globe in 4 different corners. Appreciate everybody joining in, hanging out with us. We're trying to catch some catfish. We got some spawning seasons going on here, some hot water, so it's a little slower than normal, but not terrible. So we're drifting around and trying to hit one of these big catfish in the head with a bait that's on a nest, protecting their fry. See what we can do. Well, if we catch one, we actually catch picture and release or CPR. So if they are on a nest or close to a nest, they get right back to protecting those fry, so we can have big fish to come. But we appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Like I say, it's a slower day, but it's not as slow as it was last weekend. Last weekend we went 6 hours exactly with 0 fish and only 1 bite. We got 3 fish today. Probably 5 or 6 other bites. All of them still in the bait pretty much except for the last 2. So not terrible. Steven is from UK. Awesome. Yeah, hey, Sack, it's not supposed to rain here. We got some afternoon storms. Nothing like you guys got out there in the last couple of weeks. I hate to hear that about the community there, but keeping everybody in Texas in their thoughts for sure. So even we're using what they call a Santee rig. We're actually not far from Santee, South Carolina, which is Lake Marion, Lake Moultrie. And it's going to draw a blank on me. But the gentleman that invented the Santee rig, Casey Nelms, if you ever look him up, he's a seasoned veteran of catfishing. There's a little article. I think Palmetto Cat's done it. Maybe somebody down around here. He still fishes tournaments to this day, but he come up with the idea of the Santee rig, which is a three-way swivel, or a swivel about 2 foot, 2.5 foot of leader line with a peg float and a circle hook on the end. Very, very simple but effective rig. Basically, you drag your baits on the bottom. The peg float holds it up about, anywhere from 6 inches to 2 foot off the bottom, just getting the bait up out of the mud and up above the catfish. Contrary to belief, catfish are bottom feeders, but they also look up to feed. So they definitely feed up. Wayne, welcome in. How are you this morning? Ben Brook, how are you? Ben, we've caught 3 so far. Not anything amazing from what we've caught in the past, but still some nice fish. Got 3 blue catfish. Probably an 8-pound, 6-pound, and a maybe a pounder if he's lucky. Sir Jacob, welcome in. How are you? A 308 swivel. I don't know if I know what a 308 swivel is. I think that's part of the model numbers on the swivels. Most of the swivels we're running are rated in pounds. I think the ones I'm running right now is a 110-pound crane swivel, which means it should still swivel at 110 pounds. Oh, Jacob, no worry, man, no worry. Always good times to hang out and cut up and have a good time with everyone. I say, as long as it's not inappropriate or political, we usually have a good time. We talk about food and fishing and friends and weather and Lord knows what else we've talked about. I hadn't seen Cindy on in a little while here, but usually Cindy and Alan get on with us. We start talking about cooking food and stuff I don't eat that they eat, and vice versa. So Wayne, that is awesome, man. If you're knocking down enough crappie to have the arms sired, you definitely caught some fish, that's for sure. So glad to hear the crappie's doing well. Catfish has been fairly slow, so we're gonna keep giving them a hard time, but see what happens. I have to make a little turn here. We got a tree sticking out of the water. Probably gonna get hung up a little bit, but we'll see here. But we're getting close to that 100 thumbs up, guys. We're at 90, 91. Moving on up for sure. Thank you everybody for hitting the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Thank you everybody for hanging out. We've had a good crowd in here today. Some awesome supporters, mods, and channels. So we're doing great this morning. I appreciate everybody. I think I got a rod hung up here. We'll see if it comes loose. Maybe not. We'll find out here in just a minute. Oh yeah, it come loose. So we're dragging around some cut shad this morning for some catfish. See if one's hanging around. We in a little bit of a stumpy area here, about 9 foot of water. Maybe we'll get lucky. There'll be one kicked back in here, waiting on some dessert to come by. Arizona, man, I appreciate you dropping in. Thank you for hanging out with us. Don't work too hard. Have a good day here, and we'll catch you on the next go around for sure. I appreciate you joining us. Karen, we actually have a couple of bait guys here. We got two bait guys that do really well. This bait here in particular came from Jamie K Outdoors. He's in Fort Lawn, South Carolina. Got a little shop here. Sells a lot of hunting and fishing supplies, but he is one of the few shops that are tailored towards catfishing. So he'll have more of the specific type products you need. He sells Catch a Fever rods. He sells a couple other brands as well, but he catches bait. He's pretty local to me. And then if I head further south, there's another one called Sutton's Landing. Chris is down there catching bait. He does great as well. But there are a couple local bait shops, and honestly, these guys do such a great job. I enjoy supporting them and catching bait, and so I'll buy it from them. I have the ability to catch it if something happens. I don't have the desire to do it whatsoever, so I usually don't push to catch my own bait unless I have to. Don Music, welcome in. How are you? Welcome in, everyone. We got 39 of you hanging out with me. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Got 91 thumbs up is what I'm seeing here. So thank you, everyone, for the double tap of the screen. Appreciate everybody hanging out. I don't know if you guys can hear the squeak on the front of the boat from the trolling motor, but you got to put a little oil or something on that. That'll drive me insane after a few days. Hiya, what's up? How are you? Doing all right today? Good. Whisker, we got a little bit of water, but the trolling motor is just kind of sitting there. I'm trolling, so it's just repositioning. I guess it's got a dry spot on the shaft somewhere. It's squeaking a little bit. It isn't bad, but the repeated noise. I don't know if it's part of OCD or what you want to tag it as, but the repeated noise will drive me insane before it's over with. Whisker, it's definitely nice out here, man. We're gonna have to get together and go fishing. See if you can show me how to catch some of them big fish like you do. Whisker, we know you got it figured out. I see all them videos you putting up big fish. Hiya, we're fishing on a little reservoir here in South Carolina. It's part of the Catawba River chain. It's called Fishing Creek Reservoir. Highland, Indiana. All right, you upstates. What you fish for up there, Hiya? We're getting close to that 100 thumbs up mark. I appreciate each and every one of you. We're sitting at 95 thumbs up. 21 folks hanging out here with us. I believe we're going to break that 100 thumbs up mark for sure today. So I appreciate each and every one of you hanging out. Oh, put this bag up so it don't blow out. We're getting close to snack time, so I'm going to grab me a drink and a snack here. Don't have a whole lot of specialties today, but trying to be a little better. So brought some water and some high quality H2O. NC, welcome in. How are you today? Thank you for joining us. Trying to catch a few catfish here today. Let's see if I can get in my snack bag here. Like I said, I don't have a whole lot of options, but we got snacks. Let's see what we got here. NC, are you actually in North Carolina? Fish catcher, welcome in. How are you today? We were trying to be a fish catcher today, but it ain't working real well. Karen, that's one thing I never picked up was coffee. I like the smell of coffee. I don't like the taste of coffee. Truth, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Little hazy all of a sudden. I don't know if there's if it's air quality or if there's maybe a fire or something close by. Kind of got that Great Smoky Mountains look going on around us here. See the lake lifeboats coming out. There's some pontoons coming out. So probably won't be long. You'll see a little bit of rougher waters. We'll see how long it takes to get them moving. Being 10:30 here on the East Coast, just about the time they start moving around good. Sure, yeah. This is a fishing channel. It ain't a real good catching channel today, but we definitely are fishing. Trying to catch some Arkansas blue catfish, but they're being a little less than cooperative. We've got a few, but not anything we're after yet. So we're trying. Keywords trying. But welcome in and hang out with us. Maybe we'll have some good luck and catch a couple here with you. There's fish everywhere here. They're just not wanting to bite today. which is all right. Karen, I was actually just thinking about that earlier. It's about time to take them out. I know my little one wants to go fishing. I just take him out for a little bit. My older one will go. He gets bored a little easier, so we'll see how he does. And then my wife's usually just hanging out with us. So I think we might have a fish, but well, I thought we had a fish. But I may get them out here on the water in the next week or two. Here comes the wake boats, guys. Won't be long now. We'll have people dancing and partying and singing everywhere. Yeah, that trolling motor squeaky. Joseph John, how are you? Oh yeah, no worry, Karen. Yeah, they don't get up quite as early as I do. So usually I get up and go run and do all this stuff, and then by the time I get back, they're up and moving around. Glenn, welcome in, man. Good to see you in again. Got 100 thumbs up. Awesome, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you. Got a lot of you folks hanging out with me here most of the day, if not all day. So I appreciate all you as well. You guys rock this morning. Got a few of you new in here. If you will, double tap the screen. That'll give me a thumbs up. Hit that like. If you enjoy the content, even though it's a little slow on fishing this morning, this is a fishing channel most of the time. Welcome to hit the subscribe. You get some notifications when we do go live. Maybe the fishing will pick up a good bit more. We'll have a little better turnout on the photo booth for fish. But if not, still a good day. Good day on the water, hanging out, enjoying the weather. It's about time to get out and do some swimming too, but I don't know how interesting that'll be for everybody watching the swimmers. especially the folks playing the music. You can't do music on YouTube, so that won't be too entertaining. Go listen to a muted show. Glenn, I hate to hear you sick, man. That summertime flu, I heard, it's pretty tough. Yeah, Whisker, if we got 100, man, the sky's the limit with good people in here. So we'll see where we can get to 100, 110, 120. We'll see. We got at least another hour and a half. I'm gonna try to get to 12 o'clock, as long as I don't run out of bait or battery on the trolling motor. We're gonna go for a while here. Hey, Crazy K, how's it going? Crazy, we trying, bud. It's slow with the spawn and the hot water and all that, but we out here giving them a hard time anyway. See what they made of. Robert Brooks, I hope we catch a big one, man. I hope we catch a monster. But as of right now, they've all been some of the grandkids. They hadn't been no big ones yet. Oh, we got plenty of battery. We're good. We're doing good. Sitting at 98% battery, so we're rocking on today. Now we can get a couple fish to hang out. We'd be even better. Trying to drive us around a few stumps and logs here, so keep an eye on all that. Karen, sunlight definitely don't help it when it gets hot, but biggest thing is this live stream. It eats up the battery. I plugged mine in as soon as I got here, and I've got the highest amp charger you can put on this phone, and it will completely drain the battery in about 2 to 3 hours if you don't have it on charger. You know, where it'll normally last all day into the night. under normal use. That live streaming of content, it eats it up. Robert, we are in South Carolina, just below Charlotte. I don't know how familiar you are with this area, but just below Charlotte, North Carolina, fishing a river system here. It's the Catawba River system. Pretty nice little system here. A lot of folks like it, especially the locals. It's close to us here, but not well known for monster fish. But it does have some good quality fish in it from time to time. Just gotta locate them. Sometimes that's the hardest part. Okay. Yeah, North Carolina is not far from us. I can be out on the interstate I-77 headed north and be in Charlotte, and I don't know, if I pulled out of here and pushed it probably 45 minutes, I could be in Charlotte city limits. So not far at all. You know what's crazy is how much I fish the river chain. You always see a tennis ball, a baseball, a basketball, some kind of ball floating down the river. I guess they just roll off in the ditches and things like that. When it rains, it washes them right in the river. But you always see some sort of ball floating. I think there's one right here. I don't know if you can see it. Probably about right there. That's a third or fourth tennis ball I've seen this morning. What I need to take one and put an air tag in it and let it just float. See how long it takes to travel to where. On this one here, Robert, that one there, we're dragging over a bunch of stumps and stuff, so it's very possible we got a hit. Earlier I had a couple little bumps on it, but nothing stayed on it. But between the waves on the planer boards and the debris underwater here, we getting a lot of false bumps here, so very, very possible. Like the green one there, I don't know if you can see it real well. It's kind of pulled down a little bit on that planer board, but the bounce of it is due to the waves the planer board's going over. Now I might have a fish on that white one. Yep, got a fish on, guys. Something. If it stays on. See, Karen, I think this is leading to my my theory. I've already caught a fish on this rod, so I'm not having near the trouble with this rod as I was the other ones. See if I can get him in the boat here. I believe that's a channel cat. That is definitely a channel cat. Don't see those often, and you definitely don't see them very big, so a little surprise fish there. It's a big channel cat, healthy channel cat. Yeah. Channel cats have some pretty nice colors to them too, so I'll show you this guy. They're more of a brown and speckled fish still. There's little spots down the side there. Nice little channel cat. All right, head on back. He's probably about 3 pounds, maybe 4. Put us some new bait on here. Yeah, there's tennis balls everywhere. There's one there. There's 2 just past us on the other side. All right, well that makes fish number 4. It's a nice little channel cat. That's a pretty good sized channel cat for around here, Whisker. Normally channel cats around here is a pound, maybe pound and a half. That one, I'd say that one got closer to the 3 pound mark. Speed, hello, welcome in, Speed 89. Valentine, welcome in, welcome in. How are you? We got 50 fine folks hanging out with us. It's called our 4th fish, which is a channel cat, about 3 pounds. We're doing all right today. Not terrible for, I don't know, we're probably 3 hours in. So we're doing all right. Having a pretty good morning, considering the weather and the circumstances of the time of year. Starting to see some of the lake life folks wake up here. See, we've caught 4 fish. We've caught 3 blue catfish and just caught a channel cat, which is pretty uncommon here as far as the size, and definitely on cut bait. You catch them on worms and livers and gizzards and all that stuff. But usually you don't see very many channel cats on cut bait. So pretty decent little channel cat there, around 3 pounds. Bayou Bandit, welcome in, welcome in. How are you today? Good, man, good to see you. Trying to tell. I think I may have a fish over there. It's acting kind of funny. We'll see what it does here for a minute. Yeah, Speedy, you find a lot of channel cats and ponds and stuff too around here. I don't know about up there. I see a lot of guys fishing little small reservoirs that have channel cats in them. And usually there's channel cats when there's not any other fish. But for here, I mean, there's channel cats and bullheads here, but you don't see them often. Whisker, you catch many channel cats out of Stumpy Pond? I don't think I've caught one out of Stumpy Pond yet. Caught some flatheads and some blues. Welcome in, everybody. Got some new folks swinging in here. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us, hanging out. Get a chance and like the content, double tap the screen, give us a thumbs up. Thumbs up always helps the content get pushed out. If you like the channel, definitely subscribe. That way you can get some notifications when we go live here in the future. Got a little squeaky trolling motor this morning. I'll have that remedied by the next go around. Bayou Bandit says, I'm in Louisiana. We put out bank poles on the banks. Not sure how to say it. Ochita River and caught a 45-pound blue. That is awesome. Ricky, what's going on, Ricky? Yeah, Bayou, they do a little bit of what they call limb lining here. They don't do the poles like you guys do quite as much here, but they do limb lines where you just tie fishing line. It has rules and laws to it. It's got to have your name and license number and all that on. You can only have so many, but they tie them on the limbs hanging over the banks by boat, and then they come back and check them later. And they've been some nice fish caught out here on limb lines. They run around here too what's called trout lines. I don't know if you get to run those down there, but you can run a trout line that's got so many hooks on it. You might have 50 or 100 hooks on it, and you pull it up, and you got a pretty good chance of catching multiple fish. So, oh, we got a fish, guys. Fish on, be fish number 5. Fish number 5. Well, how long he's been on? I thought it was on there earlier. Got a pretty good pull to it. Getting a hit on this rod. Fish on, fish on. Fat little fish here. Come on up here, buddy. We just want to take a picture. Oh, he's got a rod tangled up with him. Come on. How many reels you got tangled up? I think he's got every rod tangled with him here. We'll see. He's got a bunch of them, that's for sure. See if we can get all this mess tangled up, untangled. Probably gonna get hung up on this other side. Got a big stump sticking up out of the water here. Unless I'm lucky enough to go over it. Alright, so that's a little better cat. See that there? I'm gonna say that one goes about 13 pounds. 12, 13 pounds. He's a pretty good guy there. Let him go. I got a little tangled mess up back here. Alright, swim off. He's been hanging on that line a while. He didn't quit pulling. Alright, so let me get all this stuff untangled and I'll be right back with y'all. Just a moment here. And I've got every line on this side tied together here. Let's see if I can get all this untangled here. I know at least one of them don't got bait. This one here don't got no bait. Can't catch that with no cricket. I believe this rod is tangled up with it. There we go. Huh? That's 3 rods and no crickets. All right, so let me bait up real quick, and we'll be back to fishing for a few minutes. Make sure we're not gonna run over nothing. So there's stumps and logs and all kind of stuff out here. So never know what you're gonna run into. Got some jumbo baits this morning from the bait man. All right, one rod in, 2 rods to go. All right, we're back fishing that fast. All right, let me catch up with everybody here. Clayton, welcome in. How are you? How are you? Bayou on the what's yo-yos? I'm not sure what yo-yos are. We do jugs and trout lines around here, or they do. I haven't, but there's jugs and trout lines. I've never heard of yo-yos. Watson Martin, welcome in. That is a Yamaha 115 4-stroke. Janet, how are you today? That's right, man. It's a Yamaha 115. It's actually got a jet foot on it. Robert, that's a pretty good cat for out here. I'm gonna say he's 12, 13 pounds. That's a decent little catfish for the time of year, especially what I've been catching lately. So I'll take it all day long. Definitely taking bites. Yeah, that's a fish to enjoy. I've seen fish that size be enough to put somebody over the winnings in the tournaments on this reservoir. I actually, this year we placed 3rd place on the tournament here with like 37 pounds and 3 fish. So, I mean, 3 fish averaging 12, 13 pounds a piece. I mean, that's quality fish. Jamie actually won the tournament with like 42 pounds and 3 fish. So take it all day long for sure. Size of the trophy is depending on the lake you're in and what it's capable of producing. And this one's one that can produce big fish or very small fish, and there's no rhyme or reason. So, we got 76 people watching and 115 thumbs up. You guys are rocking this morning. I appreciate everyone. Sam Rogers, welcome in. Sam, we're after primarily blues. We'll take a flathead, and then channels are not on our target, but surprisingly, we caught one. We caught about a 3-pounder, which is pretty rare around here. Flatheads are a little less common than blues, but for this particular reservoir, you don't see very many people catching channel cats at all. So we've got 2 of the 3 so far. Sabo, how are you today? Welcome in. You guys, we like one flathead catfish from hitting depending on where you're at and what area, they either call it the trifecta or the grand slam. So, see, we got a little over an hour left of fishing here. We might. Green rod just took a pretty good smack. I'm gonna put this landing net down where we can see better, but just took a pretty good pop there. So maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see a fish come up here soon. A lot of flatties in Arizona. That's the other side of the states for me, so that's a pretty good little ride, but I haven't been that far west yet. Surprisingly, we're not marking any fish right here all of a sudden. There's not a lot of structure here either. We got a little flat coming up. We'll bump off of it here in a minute, but not hardly any fish through here. Got 79 folks hanging out. If you guys, new guys in here, don't mind, double tap that screen. That'll give me a like or a thumbs up on the content here if you like what you see. Also, if you hadn't subscribed, it should say either the top or the bottom near my name that says subscribe. Click that bad boy. That'll give you future notifications when I go live. You can get in here and chat with us, hanging out. And we appreciate each and every one of you. We're at 118 thumbs up. We have definitely surpassed my record. I think my record was 104. Whisker said we're going to break 120. I believe he's right. I mean, considering we've been live for 3.5 hours, that's averaging about 40 likes an hour. So very likely that we break that 150, 160 mark today if we keep going strong. So I appreciate all the thumbs up, all the folks hanging out with me. They got a little late start this morning, but look like we're having a good day. Got 5 catfish so far. Anything from 1 pound to about 13 pounds is what we're going to call it. I usually don't weigh fish until they look like they're over 20, 25 pounds. So we'll call it 13, but it might have been 12. It might have been 14. Who knows? So we're gonna bump around here. We got another. I mean, if we technically wanted to drag, we got another 30 miles of river we could drag, but probably not gonna cover that much ground. We're trolling this morning at about 0.6, 0.7, 0.8 mile an hour. Oh, let's see here. Let me catch back up. Sam says you have to do it all at night. There's a lot of people fish around here at night, Sam. Just not my cup of tea. I'm an early riser. Unlimited Outdoors. Hello, how are you? Michelle, we are in South Carolina. It is definitely not cool. It's probably 80 degrees, 82 degrees. We got some cloud cover this morning. But it'll be, I think yesterday we seen 96, somewhere close to that. So it's going to be in the 90s today. So I try to get out here and beat the heat before I can. Huge Master, I think that's a wide question. I guess what's the best rod for a particular species would help me a little bit. But if you're fishing for catfish, man, all of them are good. It's all in what you want to spin and what features you want. I like both of these series rods. I have learned, depending on the company, the strength of the rod or the weight, the action of the rod varies. Big Cat Fever used to have a black and a white rod series. It was their original rod series. Probably one of my favorite rod series of all time, but they quit making them. Mad Cats I've been fishing with most of my time, very good rods. But if you were to take a Big Cat Fever heavy, or medium heavy, excuse me, a medium heavy Big Cat Fever has the same strength as a Mad Cat's medium, as far as the bend and the load up of weight on it. These Hellcats seem to be about the same theory. The white ones are medium or heavies, and the green ones are medium heavies, and they're a good bit stiffer than an equivalent competitor medium heavy or heavy. So, which is not a bad thing. It's just what you want. You just got to get the right action. But there's no particular rod that will get all species. Now the guys take these heavies. They go out and catch sturgeon. They go out and catch sharks on the coast. I mean, they will work, but they're not going to be your best all around for everything. You don't want to go catch panfish with these rods; they're just way too heavy. So you really got to take the bait and the rod and the fish in account what you're using, how much weight you throw, and how big of the bait you're throwing. Texas fishing. Hello from Caddy, Texas. Welcome in. We got quite a few folks in from Texas today, so I hope everybody's still doing well. Broly, go fishing, man. Go check out it. Lake Erie is a big lake, so definitely be safe up there. We don't have lakes that big here. Robert, what part of Tennessee you going to, man? I'm supposed to be going up there in January to duck hunt at Reelfoot Lake, but we've had a curveball thrown at us. Our guides are not available the weekend we normally come, and we may be going to Western New York City to hunt, which is about the same distance for us. We're about 11 hours each one of them, so not terrible. Whisker, you are the man. We hit 120 thumbs up. You called it dead on, so I appreciate it, man. We got a lot of folks hanging out with us, and appreciate all the likes to the channel, the subscribers. I don't know how many subscribers we've added today. I'm guessing we got quite a few new folks in here. We probably added 20, 30, 40 subscribers today, so I appreciate each and every one of you for sure. Memphis, Tennessee. That is the western side of Tennessee. I've been to Memphis. Memphis is a cool little town until you turn down the wrong street. Memphis, you can be in a bad spot and a good spot at the same stoplight. But I went to Memphis out there. If you get to go to the Pyramid Bass Pro in Memphis, Robert, check it out. That's one for the books to see. It's amazing. And I can't remember the name. There's a restaurant on the very top of it. Go up there and eat and check it out. It's a full-blown resort inside of a Bass Pro. Just to give you the kind of light story of it. Karen, we got 619. I think I was at 558 this morning, so that means we've got about 60 subscribers. That's great. I might end up being somebody after all on YouTube. Definitely hanging in there, getting some friends to hang out. Hope you guys are enjoying the content. I know a lot of folks just kind of flip through and watch the content, don't enjoy the chat side of it, so that's completely fine. But if you do like it, double tap the screen. That gives me a thumbs up, helps me get in the algorithm a little bit. So next time you're looking for channels that you like, hopefully I'll pop up. We usually do pretty good fishing. I think the last trip was the slowest trip I've had in years. We didn't catch a single fish. We're up to 5 fish today. I think about 4 weeks ago, I fished this same reservoir and I caught, I don't know, 15 or 18 fish in a day. And then the following week I came and the water had turned over. There was a lot of deceased fish floating around, and we caught maybe 6 or so that day. But it seems to be a little more stable right now. I haven't seen the first fish floating, so we're maybe the water and the oxygen level. We had some rain, so maybe that got everything stirred up enough to keep them safe. So just so you guys know, I got 2 fish finders here. One's just mapping and down image, which is not really useful for what we're doing. But then this one is my side image, and I'm keeping a pretty close eye on it because we got some really nice fish swimming by or marking them on the screen. And I've got planer boards out. So what I'm kind of trying to judge is I've got that board out 25 feet or so off the boat. I got another one about 40 feet off. I got a 40 and a 60 off of this side. thereabouts. I'm looking at where my fish mark on my screen, so I know where they're at. Mr. Allen, welcome up, big dog. How are you today? Robert is going to Beale Street. Robert, I don't know if I went to Beale Street. We actually drove when we went to Union City, Tennessee, Reelfoot Lake 2 years ago. We went to Atlanta, spent the night, left there, went to Memphis, crashed Memphis for about 2 hours, eat some good old fashioned Memphis barbecue, hit the Bass Pro up, and then we rode on up and met our group up in Tennessee to go hunting the following 2 days. And when we left coming home, it was skinny pedal to the floor trying to get home. I think we beat it by an hour, but we had her rolling coming home. So that's probably gonna be the same scenario this year. The only thing we got to figure out is the weather in New York. We don't get snow down here in the Carolinas very often. I think New York around first week of January is likely to have a couple feet of snow. So we'll see. Alan says mom is back in the hospital. Man, I hate to hear that, Alan. Still having complications, I presume. Hopefully they'll get her figured out here soon. But got to get you some rest and rest up and help take care of her. That's for sure. Ooh, Concord. That's even longer ride for you there, Alan. So be safe, man, running back and forth. Especially you get tired running them roads. It's a dangerous little area through there if you're not wide awake and alert. Alan, we doing all right, man. It's all right. Fishing's a little slow, but it's a good day. So take care of your mom there, and we'll check in and catch up with you. You got to get some rest or run take care of her. That's definitely understandable. Colson, what's going on? We're catfishing, man. That's what we're trying for anyway. I don't know if that's what'll bite, but that's what we're after. There's a boat coming up behind us here, guys, playing some music. So if you can hear it, let me know. I don't want YouTube to say I'm trying to violate. I can barely hear it where I'm at, so it should be fine. But if you start hearing some jam in the background, I'll have to mute it for a few minutes till they get on by. They slow cruising, so it might take them a minute to even get close enough to hear. Hey Shane, since I've been YouTubing, probably 15, 18 in a short 5-6 hour video. Best all time in one day, man, 40, 50. I didn't keep count of it. I know the second tournament I ever fished, we caught 47 fish in the first day, but not a single one of them worth keeping for a tournament. So, but just a bunch of fish. So, Alan, man, anytime, get up with us. Like I say, we always out and about running somewhere. Jamie gets to go a little more than I do, but both of us is somewhere. I think he's live this morning too, doing some pond fishing. So, Shane, yeah, 99% of what we catch around here is blue cats. We get a flathead every once in a while, but not often. And then channel cats are here and there as well. Fat Cat, what's up, man? Welcome in. So, trying to see where we're going here. Make sure we don't run over nothing. If you guys, I'll see if I can show you in a minute, but there's barely submerged stumps everywhere here. Alan, don't worry about that, brother, man. We got enough rods to supply an army and get on the boat. I think I've got a close to 30 now. I think Jamie's about 40 or 50 what he's got. But rods, we got plenty of rods. That's not a worry there. Dennis, how are you today? Colson, my PB fish is 62 pounds, caught at Lake Marion. My second PB is 58, and my third PB is 57, and all caught at Lake Marion. I've caught some 40s and 30s in other lakes, but that's the biggest one I've caught so far. Alan, we can't have that, bud. You got to get a rod in your hand and catch some fish sometime. That no fishing thing, that's like breaking a rule. Fat Cat, the family is doing well. Oh, that was Karen, sorry. Karen was asking Fat Cat how the family is doing. Sorry about that. Reading with one eye open and looking around too. I don't know if you guys can see or not. I figure out where it's at. It should be right here somewhere. There's a huge stump sticking out of the water there that will get you in trouble in a heartbeat if you don't see it. So I think we might be fixing to get a little weather that was not called for. Let me see what our weatherman here tells me. Well, current temperature is 88 degrees. High of 94 today, 95. We'll feel close to a little over 100 on the heat index. Let's see what the radar tells us here. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Alan, man, it's hard to find good people, and I'm gonna tend to believe that most people are good until they're not. But usually, you can judge a character pretty quick by how they act, if they're good or not. So that's kind of how that goes. Yeah, Fat Cat, I think if you don't fish, that's a cardinal sin. I think you have to do some time for that some way or another. I don't know if they make you do community service or not owning fishing rods anymore, but it sounds like a good idea. Got to keep people in the great outdoors. That way they don't get in trouble on other things. So yeah, Robert, the trolling motor, it's actually pretty neat. This is a middle grade one. There's some way higher ends than this one, but this one's just got a couple buttons on it. It's got like a cruise control method on it that you can control how fast you go, how far you go. It actually has some features that I don't even use. You can record a track telling about where you want to go, how fast you want to go, or if you got like a specific route. Say I wanted to weave through some stumps, I can drive through with the big motor, record it, and turn around and drive it back with the trolling motor, and it'll record and remember it and run the speed I want and all that. So pretty neat. This one has the spotlight feature, which is 80% of what most people buy it for. Is if you get in a river, the water's flowing, you just mash a button, it's got a little anchor symbol on it. And in theory, what that does is that holds you in one spot as close as it can. So trying to go around this pleasure boat too. That cat said Michael lost a second too. Man, that's fun times. Well, I say that's fun time. Hoping it's a kid. If he's 75, that might not be as fun, but 6, 7, 8-year-old, that's where it's at. They get so excited over the little things. That's my 4-year-old should be getting close to the Tooth Fairy days. Robert, it's nice weather, but it's hot. I'm a fat kid at heart, so I like it when it's 20, 30, 40 degrees. Lee Robinson, welcome in. Lee, tips for catching big fish is go fishing. You got to put the time in there and get lucky. I was telling the guys everywhere and the gals here earlier, you got to get lucky. Fishing's 10% skill, 90% luck. The 10% is driving the boat, knowing where to go, and throwing the line without messing it up. After that, it's all on whether that fish wants to bite. Did I misread that? Was that Michael or Michelle? I thought it said Michael. Okay. I'm going to autocorrect it. Thank you, Alan. Yep, double tap that screen. We are sitting at 123 thumbs up. We're going to get way up there. Michael is a great grandson. There we go. All right. Yep. Yeah. Usually in context. Young kid losing teeth, exciting. 40-year-old losing teeth, not so much. Might have some other underlying problems or habits. Whisker, I'm assuming Jamie went live. If look up fishing and hunting, the @ fishing and hunting 80. He said he was going live at 9:30. He might be done by now. He wasn't going to go long, so. Sour J, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, Karen, the winter's my favorite time of the year. It'd suit me. I'd move to Alaska today if it didn't get sub-zero. Alaska's high last week was 59 degrees. That suits me. There you go. Yeah, Whisker Allen said he just ended his live. He fishes a little pond down there. A guy's got a business. He fishes at the ponds at the business. And the gentleman goes in on Sunday, and he lets people fish it for 2 hours on Sunday, usually from 10 to 12 or 9 to 11. So that makes about right time. And he was going fishing at 9:30, so he should be about done by now. Lee says we hand grab big ones and catch decent ones out of the river, but I'm just starting on this lake. Yeah, we don't do a whole lot of. I think we might have a fish, guys. We don't do a whole lot of noodling here, so I'm gonna say this is a fish on top of the water. Yep, little kid there. He didn't got up on top of the water, so see if we can't get him up here. This would be fish number 6. Fish on, fish on. He's a little guy though. He's coming in hot. Well, he was. He decided to take a break for a second. I believe this one's a channel cat too. Let's see. That's definitely a channel cat. He's barely hooked and not happy about any of it. So come on up here. Well, act like you got some sense. We just want to take a picture. So all we want is a picture. Get your picture, we'll send you back home. Turn around there. Don't you act crazy. Just a little lip piercing, you'll be all right. Might be sore for a day or two, but there's another little pretty channel cat, guys. See the specks down the side of him. Got that long fin on the back. Pretty little fish there. And then back to swim. High dive champion of 2025. Boat straightened out. Just wanting to do a little zigzagging here. Can't have all that nonsense. All right, let's see if we can't get caught up here. Seeing them cussing signs. How are you today? Welcome in. Shane, there is some skill to catfishing, but it's not as much as everybody wants to put into it. It's mostly time, luck. You can read a fish finder, that'll get you in the right area, but kind of like hunting, if that fish don't want to bite, or that deer, bear, elk don't want to come through there that day, it ain't happening. Yeah, Alan, fishing in general is a little bit of skill and a lot of luck. No, Lee, I think I'm good, man. I don't see what kind of critters come out of the water down here. I don't have much scare for something biting me. They bite. I got a 12-aught, 10-aught hook they can get a hold of. I've seen a few horror stories of people coming back with nubs where snapping turtle or something bite their finger off. So not trying that for fun. Derek Hawkins, thank you, Whisker. PR, what's going on, man? Welcome in. I was wondering if you'd seen that we went live this morning. Hadn't seen much of you the last couple of days, but I ain't been on the interwebs very much. Aiden, how are you today? Karamazov, I think is how you say your name. Hey, how are you today? Yeah, that's I don't know, that's about a 2-pound channel cat if I had to guess. Got some nice color on them. The Snows, we are fishing in South Carolina. Trying to pull out a monster cat here, but got some of the grandkids right now. Yeah, Alan, you're right about that. You either got to go to where the big cats are, or you got to be patient and trying to find them. Because I would say this little lake here, they're here. There's some 30s and 40s here, but they're not common, and you don't see them often. And I actually know where they should be right now, but I can't take you guys up there because I don't have any cell service. So that'd be where I have to go do some shorts at. But that won't be today. It might be later on. So it's so far up in the middle of nowhere that you don't have service up there. Not seeing marking a whole lot of fish right here. So we'll have to see if they decide they want to come on out and hang out. Live on Wise Lake in Alabama. If you ever do a crappie fishing, it's a good spot down here. Man, I have fished every type of fish you could probably think of but crappie. I don't know why I haven't pushed to fish crappie. Not that I don't have a preference to fish them, I just hadn't set up for them. I've got brim and bass and striper and catfish and some saltwater rods and reel combos I do surf fishing with, but Crappie's just the one I hadn't really bought anything for yet. I even had some fly fishing stuff at one time. That wasn't for me, but I had it. I tried it. 50s and 60s. That's awesome. There's only one popular known noodling person I know of, and she catches fish as big as she does, or big as she is, for tiny as she is. But she's very well known in the industry. Got some biting flies coming out to play. BR man, have a good one. Good luck with your son in his basketball game. Hopefully y'all do well. Good seeing you. Got 126 thumbs up. We are rocking and rolling today, guys. I appreciate all of you. If I can get this one biting fly to leave me alone, we'll be in good shape. You guys let me know too. I'm on that edge of where the microphone would die. So, Alan, there's some catfish out there bigger than you, man. They're just not in the United States. I don't know. I don't know what species those are. I think they're in Spain, somewhere overseas, Africa, Spain, somewhere. But man, they go way up there, 300, 400, 500 pounds quick. So, got some lake lifers hanging out, recreational boaters. Got some husband and wife and 2 dogs, looks like. Hope they don't bump a stump or something over there where they're at. A little pup in the front's gonna go swimming. Lee, it does sound fun. I just got a little bit of reserve of putting my hand in a fish's mouth. I know how hard they bite up here, so I'm sure they bite that hard on the underwater. I bleed a lot catching catfish in tournaments. That's why I carry a set of grippers. Everybody looks like at me like I'm crazy, but them right there, they'll keep them fingers from being raw and bleeding a couple days later. I think even Hannah, she wears like a sleeve and a glove when she catches them, and still tears her little tail up. Her and her dad and some of her friends out there, they catch some monsters on the noodling. Lee, you don't run into any snakes in any of the boxes or pits when y'all catching them like that? That'd be my thing. Yeah, so yeah, that's where I'm out. I don't mind a snake at all until he bites me or is too close for me to touch him. Nope, Alan, I'm with you right there, big dog. Noodling's not for me. That's noodling's for the chicken noodle soup. It ain't for the catfish. No, yeah, Alan, if you grab some of these big catfish, especially we got oxygen tanks on them in these boats, man, you think they 300-pound grown man whooping your butt. That shake your arms will be sore, your back will be sore, and everything the next day. I sure ain't getting under the water with one and trying to get him to come to the top so I can get some fresh air. I already don't have real good lung capacity. What we got going on there? Well, I don't know what happened, but that board just decided it didn't want to float no more. Let's see if there ain't a minnow on the end of it. Well, just popped loose, I guess. Something must have popped it enough, hard enough to knock that clip loose. All right. All right. We're going to give it about 20 more minutes of dragging here. We're going to reel up, see what we can find. Let's see. Robert, man, thank you for stepping in. Yeah, get your brakes done. That's tough to stop without brakes. Yeah, Lisa, we don't have a whole lot of bank holes like that around here. You know, this is more of a lake than it is a river. So you don't get a whole lot of holes in the banks and the water levels rise or fall where you can see where they're at and all that. I know they do some noodling down closer to the coast. They'll do some boxes. They'll pin down a box or something so they can get in there and see what's in it. But not my forte cup of tea. So I hear them, but I don't see them. We got 128 thumbs up. Getting right on down with business. Thirty 32 folks hanging out. We got a good crowd and a good count all day. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Get a little oil on this trolling motor. We'll be in good shape. Yeah, Alan, I was just looking. The humidity's high right now. I believe we fix to get some pop-up storms, so I ain't gonna push it too long today. Try to get out of here in the next 20 minutes or so. We'll do a little ride back. So it looks like it's darkening up just a little bit, kind of to our west here. Been very hot, man. These pop-up thunderstorms and supercells, they've been rough around here. Anthony, how are you today? Welcome in. LM, how are you today? Good, good. We're gonna reel up, guys. See what we done covered a lot of ground this morning pulling through here. We're on a 4-hour troll here. Prop everything up and ride and see if we can find a nice batch of fish for the end of the day here. See if we want to try a drag through one more spot, but not 100% sure. See how it goes here in just a second. We got 6 fish this morning, so not a bad morning, but not a prime morning. Plus the lake life floats is coming out a little bit. I done caught my other rod here. Come on up here. I didn't got too close on a turn. I hear thunder. Not what we're looking for. Trying to get untangled so we can get the other 3 rods in. So we'll just leave them fishing until we're done. We almost got it here. All right. Trying to get them all untangled. That might be part of our culprit. We're down 2 rods so far with no bait. All right, guys, we're going to pick up a minute and go ride and scan and see what we can find and see if there's any fish want to cooperate. See what's out there. Get the old Yamaha fire up here. A little better. Still got a little flutter to it. Welcome in, guys. We got 134 likes, 135 likes. Thank you. We're gonna do a little scanning here, see what happens. Not sure if we're fishing or done fishing, but I'm gonna scan a minute here and see what we can find and see if there's any quality fish we want to try to catch. There's some good fish around here. They just, where we at right now, they don't want to bite. but can't make them bite. Alan, I'm in Great Falls area, roughly South Carolina, but it's rumbling back over towards the west. It's pretty cloudy. Got some dark clouds over here, but there might not be nothing in it to worry about as far as precipitation. But we'll see what pans out of it. Whisker, we might hit 150, man. It's gonna get close. We're getting bad close, that's for sure. We're gonna do a little scanning here and see what we can find and see if there's anything worth fishing, but we're getting real close to that 150 mark. Got a lot of folks hanging out. Drew, welcome in. How are you? All right, we're gonna scan back down. Run with the wind here, see if find anything going down. Drew not having so much luck today on catching big ones, big guy. We got 6 fish, 4 blues, 2 channel cats. All of them are 10 pounders and under, except for one. We had one that was like 12, 13, 14, somewhere in there. We'll call him 13 so he feels good. But not a lot of big fish today. Here, and this is the view to have here. Little hazy, but it's a nice sky. Got some clouds in it. Not looking bad at all. Yeah, it does look smoky, Karen. That's what I was saying earlier. It's a little hazy. It's not typical around here, so I don't know if they're doing a natural burn off locally or what they got going on, but it's got a little haze to it. Joseph, welcome in. How are you today? Admiral, you're welcome to watch, bud, but we don't talk like that here. I can give you about 20 minutes to have more family-friendly language, and then we'll see if you can hang out with us after that politely. Got kids and family members watching here. This is a family-oriented channel. Baseball King, welcome in, man. How are you? I'm good, man. So if you're a baseball king, you're probably one of a couple people. You're either Babe Ruth, maybe Nolan Ryan. Which one are you to be the baseball king? Alan, man, you're good. You got your hands full this morning. Do what you got to do, brother. We were trying to figure out. We got the baseball king in here. I'm not sure if it's Babe Ruth or Sammy Sosa or Nolan Ryan. You know, there's a lot of them really good baseball players out there. There you go, Babe Ruth. I knew he was still hanging around. The state tournament. What state you playing in there, baseball king? Nebraska. Ah, way out west. Isn't that where they send to have the College World Series at in Nebraska? What, Omaha? I think that's where they sent them out a couple of years ago. Albert, good to see you, man. Yeah, we out here having a good time today. A little slow on the fishing, but it's not bad. Hanging out, scanning for a few fish here. We got a 2 miles back to the truck, so see if anything spikes our interest before we get too far. We got 27 folks hanging out still. Got 140 thumbs up. I believe we're going to set the record for sure. I think it's 104. Now we just got to figure out how high we're going to get on thumbs up today. You live in Omaha? That's awesome. Yeah, like I said, that's a long ways northwest for us, but we had some of our local college teams come up here, do real well. I think they won 2 out of the 3 years they went. So that's right, Albert. Fishing's just part of it. Having fun's the biggest part. Enjoying yourself and having a good old time. I have a little better time when it's not so hot, but pretty well having a good time. It's still got humid here. I think it's broke 90 degrees, so we're pretty warm. Baseball King, man, I appreciate it. Scooter, you too, man. Get your lines wet and get some fish in the bank there. I know you was doing some family stuff last week and some reunions. It's time to get some lines wet and get it back out. So I'm guessing the wind's about 7 miles an hour because that's how fast I'm cruising and I can't even feel it. Baseball, that's a good thing, man. I played baseball when I was younger. Not nearly as much as I'd like to, but I played. But fishing's relaxing. Get a little time, chit chat, hang out, enjoy yourself. Baseball is real high pace. We played a lot of games quick. You don't get a whole lot of rest time. Scooter, man, have a good one. £3 bass, man. That's a decent little bass there, or decent bass. I ain't gonna say little, decent bass. Car guy, welcome in. How are you? Good. We riding looking for last hurrah of fish. We've been fishing about 4.5 hours and caught 6 fish this morning. Nothing to write home about, but decent fish. So trying to see if we mark anything that's nice looking to stop, or we just gonna go on to the truck. We got about 1.5 miles to the truck, so we easing that way, see what we find. Yeah, we got a few fish, but nothing big. I'm not seeing any fish. I think what we're gonna do is get her up on plane here and get close to the truck, get loaded up, call it a fun day of fishing. You guys are welcome to hang out. Probably gonna get a little faster. All right, baseball team, man, have a good one. Good luck catching fish. Ooh, that's a bumpy ride. All right, I'm gonna get some stuff ready because it's a lot of people hanging out at the boat ramp. So, throw the trolling motor in here. See what we can get cleaned up while we wait on the boats to get out of the way here. Guys, I'm gonna probably call that a day of catfishing and do a little cleanup. You're welcome to hang out. I'll try to stay on here for a few. We can talk a little as we roll up. Got some kayakers getting taken out here, so might be a few minutes before we get out anyway, so we can chit chat a few. I think we got 143, 144 thumbs up, something like that. So a wonderful day. Tempest, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, Karen, I'd call this a good day. Good day for sure. And wrapped up here, and we get out on the bank, we can get it and go. Angel, welcome in, welcome in. Guys, I'll be back in just a minute here. How you doing? Good. We got a few. I got a couple catfish, nothing big. I hit and miss. It really depends on what I got going on that week. We used to do a lot of tournaments out here, but
any big ones in here?
There's some big fish in here. There's some 30, 40, 50 pound fish in here if you can find them. I just can't find them. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's hit or miss down here. It's all over the place. Y'all test running one? Y'all test driving one?
Yeah, he just bought that bloody fish. The motor was frozen, busted.
Yeah. Yep.
He just put a motor in it. Put the motor in it. Don't know how. Something got on top of the piston before he even got it in the water. Carried the motor all the way back to Florida. That's the new motor.
Yeah.
The carburetor went right on it. So put a new carburetor on it. Now you got another carburetor.
Yeah.
You know how this is with a boat. That ain't nothing but a money fish.
Oh yeah. It's $1 every time you breathe.
Yes, sir.
So
Endless.
yeah. That's why I got 4 of them, so I can stay broke. I'll be right back.
What's up, Angler?
What's going on, man?
I ain't exaggerating.